内山体育中心体育馆精彩呈现。8个比赛日羽球大战比赛纷呈。5月15日小组赛开拍，19日、20日分别是1/4决赛和半决赛，21日和22日分别是刘国与汤妹的最终决胜，精彩交锋，值得期待。汤姆斯杯赛是世界羽毛球男子团体赛的最高荣誉杯赛，创办于1948年，每2年一届。赛事奖杯汤姆斯杯由英国著名羽毛球运动员乔治·汤姆斯选择。在过去的28届汤姆斯杯赛中，共有40队伍曾获得冠军，其中印尼队13次，中国队9次，马来西亚队5次，日本队1次。尤国杯赛是世界羽毛球女子团体赛的最高荣誉杯赛，创办于1956年，每2年一届。赛事奖杯尤国杯由英国著名羽毛球运动员贝里尤国主责。在过去的25届尤国杯赛中，中国队13次获得冠军，日本队有5次，印尼队和美国队各3次，韩国队1次。2016年到达汤姆斯杯及尤国杯赛由世界羽联授权，中国羽毛球协会、江苏省体育局、昆山市人民政府主办，昆山市体育局、昆山市体育中心发展有限公司承办。不仅无运舞台到达给予本届杯赛大力支持。本届赛事落户昆山，是汤姆斯杯和尤国杯由12支队伍扩军到16支后的首次比赛，必将羽毛球的激情和快乐带给这座城市热爱运动的人们，也将为这座城市的记忆写下最美好的故事。汤杯争荣，荣登经典，汤游双冠，命抵昆山。一切全面尽在5月15日至22日，昆山体育中心为您揭晓。观众朋友们，扫描屏幕上的2维码，或者通过搜索“赛事进行时”账号关注我们的微信平台后，打开现场互动菜单栏，进入看现场就可以发表图文心情上墙，刷大屏幕朋友圈。您再点击左下角的互动，就可以参与摇一摇你手速，微信摇大家的惊喜互动。刚好运动中有你更精彩。观众朋友们，为了更好的欣赏比赛，我们提醒您注意以下观赛问题：请您视票入场，对号入座。在羽毛球比赛的过程中，由于双方运动员的精神高度集中，所以请您协助我们共同保持赛场安静。运动员发球时，请不要呐喊加油，并且关闭您的手机或者将手机调整到正负状态。另外，在比赛进行中，请不要使用闪光灯开场，以免干扰双方运动员。在观赛过程中，请保管好您的私人物品，无人照看的物品将被视为安全隐患。2016年到达阿姆斯杯及温布杯赛
And a very warm welcome to Qingchen, South Jinhua Province, East China. It's day 3, session 9 of our unrivaled extensive badminton coverage. The first 4 days of the tournament are the group stages. 2 teams that win through from 4 groups of 4 advance to the quarterfinals. From day 5 onwards, it's going to be quarterfinals, semis and finals. This is the teams that are in Group A from the Uber Cup: Denmark, China, Spain and Malaysia. What a strong group that is. And you can see already that Denmark have 2 wins. China and Spain, the powerhouses, going toe-to-toe this evening. These are the ties that we've watched already today. First up this morning, 8:30 local time, Denmark beat Malaysia in the Uber Cup Group A 3-2. And then Korea succumbed to the power of Malaysia in a very tight match in the Thomas Cup 3-2. That was from Group C. And we're going to be turning our attention to the Uber Cup Group A. China, the top seeds and defending champions. There's their team list, all nominated players eligible to play. They've opted not to choose Li Jure this evening, the world number 3. Instead, they've committed Wang Shixian, world number 5, to pit her skills against the Spanish and world number 1 Carolina Marin. So that, anytime you see 2 top 5 players going toe-to-toe, that really is a mouth-watering prospect. There's the Spanish team list. They only have 6 players to call on. Carolina Marin, though, the outstanding world number 1. She, no doubt, will put up a really strong fight out here. With the 3rd court down from the bottom of your picture there. And it's all going to happen in just a few minutes when the court officials take to the court and the players follow them out. There's confirmation of the order of play then. On court 1, Wang Shixian against Carolina Marin. The first singles, Yihan of China against Beatriz Corrales. Sun Yu will follow. 3rd match against Clara Azurmendi, the talented 18-year-old from Madrid. And then women's doubles 2, followed by women's doubles 1. And of course, it has to be that way around because Clara Azurmendi is in the 3rd singles, so she's entitled to a break, in case you were wondering. But China, the overwhelming favourites, with 13 titles in Uber Cup and 3 runners-up showings. Since the millennium, they've won 7 of 8 Uber Cup titles, so extremely dominant and looking to defend their title. Here come the players. Wang Shixian leading the way, world rank number 5, followed by the top player in the ladies' game, Carolina Marin. Looking very subdued, Carolina, with her business face on, no doubt. These 2 have played 8 times before, and they are locked in at 4 each on the head-to-head showing. That in itself makes for a mouth-watering matchup. Wang Shixian looking extremely neon and colourful. Come bearing gifts. Nice touch. I wonder if that'll soften her up.
The group stage of Uber Cup women's singles. Nozomi Okada, Japan. Wendy Chen, Australia.
So Carolina Marin opting to have the slight ball drift on her face rather than her back.
Oset, England.
Wang Shixian,
Germany.
in contrast, will have this slight drift behind her. It's very, very subtle though, minimal, frankly. So another day of badminton drama unfolding in Qingchen. A great evening's entertainment out here, no doubt. 2 top 5 players going toe-to-toe. I, for one, can't wait for this. So there's a real excitement and eagerness about this one. Everyone wants to watch, hence its prime time billing. Can Wang Shixian solve the bristling problem? That's Carolina Marin in front of a partisan crowd. Do you yield, Carolina? Carolina Marin, well, what a pedigree she has. The 22-year-old, she became world champion at 21 years of age and defended her title last year in Jakarta. The first Western player to win 2 golds at world championship level ever. So double world champion, double European champion as well. Won in 2014 Kazan and also 2016 France. She beat Kirsty Gilmore in the final. There's their head-to-head showing. Wang Shixian, 4 apiece. The last meeting, she won 21-10 in the deciding match. But what's interesting regarding that head-to-head showing is that Wang Shixian slightly less effective. Well, she has really to win the opening game because she's only won once in their 8 showings. And that was their first ever meeting, having lost the opening game back in March 2013. Coach is looking rightly anxious. She's up against the world's best, the queen of badminton. So they've shared the last 4 showdowns since August 2014. Francisco Riva, he's not here, he's absent on maternity leave. Care of his daughter Camilla. So Anas Thompson is the assistant coach standing in to advise Carolina. So an enthralling encounter.
On my right, China, represented by Wang Shixian. And on my left, Spain, represented by Carolina Marin. China to serve, double. Play.
Wang Shixian to get us underway then in neon. The Chinese team are littered with world number 1s and Olympic medalists. I should say former world number 1s and Olympic medalists, opting not to play Li Jure today, the world number 3. They've gone with Wang Shixian instead, 26-year-old. But what a record she has. Former world number 1 in November 2011, I should say. And since the Star Australian Open 2015, she's always made quarterfinals or beyond as Wang Shixian. 2 runner-up showings this year, All England Open and German Open as well. Three quarterfinal showings for Wang. Indian Open, Malaysian Open and the Badminton Asia Championships. She's relatively local as well. Suzhou born in Jiangsu province, same as Qingchen here. 5'6" tall. Bronze medalist in the 2010 World Championships in Paris. 16 career titles to Wang's name. Seeing a lot of that from Carolina Marin, some deep clears towards the forehand of Wang Shixian. It's a pattern of play that over the years she tends to favour. Considers Wang Shixian slightly weaker off of that forehand wing, if you will, or less effective than the backhand, respectfully said. Wonderful, thunderous down the line smash and a roar to boot. So deadlock early on here. Nothing between them.
5-3. Looks over. 5-4.
Well, she's so sprightly, Wang Shixian. Great recovery skills in the rally. Very tenacious in that regard. Well, indicative of the pressure that Carolina may be feeling. 3-point. Her opponent this evening in the bright outfit, such a good retriever. Counters and diffuses the Marin attack very well. That's wide. Nice attempt at the reverse slice. One of the tougher shots in badminton. So a very, very important game, particularly for the player this end. Beautiful, wonderful slice finish from the lefty.
6-5.
Over 7-8.
Great flat hard drive straight at the body. So committed, and a roar against the might of not just the player opposite, but the partisan crowd in this Qingchen venue. As we near the business end of the tournament, the crowd thickens in this 6,000-seater stadium. Wonderful venue here in Qingchen. Oh, great finish. So as anticipated then, this one living right up to its billing. Still nothing between them. Hesitancy there, thought it was spilling long. And of course, with the back to us, Wang Shixian finds it slightly tougher to press with her clears, as it may go long as a consequence of the drift in the hall, as that did right there.
9-7.
Again, strong attack from Carolina, playing the net well.
10-7.
That's a wonderful point from both players. Great finish from Wang Shixian. Carolina Marin applying a lot of physical pressure with the clears and the drops. Looking to follow up on any short response, but that was gorgeous from Wang. Such a tight cross net shot.
9-10. 11-10.
Powers her way through. There's a real insistence, isn't there, when she gets on that front foot. Coach delighted with that one. So the mid-game interval then, 11 points to 8, the world #1 leads after 10 minutes played.
反压后场的幅度再高一点，因为你这边有点顺风，有一点点球，整个节奏没有问题啊。
对，整个其实打得还是不错，关键是你出现有分的时候，都是提醒自己真保持气节，上去就不错啊。这分有那个太打了，对。
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Wang Shixian, such a great retriever of the shuttle, so agile, but can hardly deal with the power and the body blows coming from Carolina Marin. There's 3 points in the ascendancy now.
Eleven, 8.
Favorite tactic when you're playing Carolina Marin, try and play the backhand. Obviously not quite as creative as the forehand. You can see how menacing and bullying she is off of that. And that barrage. So still 3 points between them in the favour of Carolina Marin.
12-9.
The only run of 3 points have been from Carolina Marin to go 10-7 up. Critical time to the mid-game interval. Really ratcheted up the pressure on Wang. And this, you feel, in all honesty, an essential rubber if Spain are even to seriously contest this entire tie. China being so dictatorial in that regard. That's a wonderful finish.
14-9.
Playing that sort of 80% smash type play to control and pick off the points from the net. So strong up around there. Again, bullying her way through from that
15.
forehand smash. Got around the backhand so well. Super agility here. Look at this. Just thunders that one down to the backhand side of Wang Shixian. So, a 6-point cushion for the lady in black. Spilled wide. Wonderful point.
10, 15.
Well, that stopped the momentum bubble of Carolina. Pierced it with that last point. Did one.
16, 20. 12, 16.
10, 15.
Touched the net.
16, 10.
Oblivious to Wang Shixian. She doesn't think so. But Marin adamant, indeed over the net as she hit it. Oh, a little greedy with the tight net shot there, Carolina. Still 6 points between them then. Marin desperate to impose herself in front of this generous Chinese crowd. A few roars and screeches from her to help her on her way. It's a psychological thing, I'm sure. So insistent that she gets to the W. Oh, we've seen 10 matches on today's order of play already, a rich and varied order of play. Denmark have beaten Malaysia in the Uber Cup, and Korea losing out to Malaysia in the Thomas Cup, 3-2. This is our third and final session of the day as Marin spills wide with the forehand. Only 4 points between them now.
13,
And more significantly, the last 2 points go in the favour of the Chinese player. Thunderous finish, and listen to what she thought of it.
18-13.
It's out.
14-18.
Wang trying desperately to claw this deficit back here. Again, pinning Carolina Marin into that backhand corner more often than not. Oh. That's a miraculous turnaround from Carolina Marin. Wonderful point. Testament to all of the hard work that she's done over the years in terms of shaping that body into a real athletic one. Still keeps her hands on controlling this opening game. Two points from the opening game indeed now, Marin.
19-14.
Over 1 long. Service over 2-6.
Just enough sizzle on the smash from Wang Shixian.
19.
Buckling the forehand of Marin into the net. Still 4 points between them. Inflatable clappers going crazy every time Wang Shixian wins a point, understandably so. Now will the character of Carolina Marin shine through this opening game, just 2 points away still. Wonderful drop for Wang Shixian. Really to put the pressure on the world #1. Game nicely poised now.
5-2.
Wonderful. Oh, it's wide. It's wide, but she's challenged. Well, for a second it looked good to me, but let's see what Hawkeye has to say, the final say, the ultimate. Let's find out. Very, very close. Well, Carolina gestured as though it was out, and it was indeed quite a way in the end. So a collective sigh, as that one did indeed get confirmed as wide. Two game points then for the world number one. She's okay, just rolled the ankle a little. That's quite disturbing, but she knows to a certain extent, unless it's too bad, she's got to keep moving around on it. Let's take a look again. Yeah, you could see there, it just shuddered underneath her, didn't it? That left ankle. She's okay, she's just taking her time, she's pacing around. Needs to keep the blood flowing through it, because if she stops, it'll swell up. If she has aggravated a little, I'm sure it's no great deal, but those things can be worse than they look sometimes. Still has game point. You'd imagine after a little ankle roll like that, she'll want to play a quick and decisive point. Oh, that's a great close. And that's the early lift for Carolina Marin that she needed. She'll be delighted with that. As the coach follows her assiduously around the umpire's chair with her bag in his hands. Wonderful finish.
La variación del saque, ¿vale? Ahora mismo está sacando solo al medio a 1 a 2, guarda el saque a 4 herramientas, ¿ok? Y entonces tiene que seguir con la paciencia, ¿vale? Yo sé que estás cansada, ¿vale? Pero no puedo demostrar que estás cansada, ¿ok? Entonces mucho fuerza, ¿ok? Entonces sigue con la paciencia, sigue con lo que estás haciendo muy bien, ¿vale? Seguimos con todos los golpeos, ¿vale? ¿Ok? Los cruzados en red, todos jugamos. ¿Ok? ¿Vale? Y recuerdo, cuando él está bajo presión su fondo rectificado, ese cruzado, ¿vale? Ahí tiene que estar un poco atento.
So explosive, Carolina Marin. Some roars. She's come through that very tight opening game. 21-19 after 26 minutes played. While her coach Fernando Rivas is at home on maternity leave with his little daughter Camilla, and it's the duty falls to Mr. Agnes Thompson, the assistant coach. She looks pretty relaxed out here, Carolina. To back her up, we've got Beatriz Corrales, the 38th player in the world, and Clara Azurmendi, the 133rd, 18-year-old, third for the singles, against the might of China. 13 titles over the years. That's quite a record, isn't it? Since the millennium, China have won 7 out of 8 Uber Cups. Here's Carolina Marin to get us underway in game 2. She's a game to the good.
17.
Incidentally, on day one, on court 2, China beat Malaysia. That was at 1:30 local time. That was 5-love. They played Usle on that day as well. Such flexibility in that team. And in contrast, on day one, Spain lost to Denmark, 1-4. Was out on court 1 in the evening session. Took Carolina Marin 55 minutes to get past Lina Kirchstone, 21-10 in the deciding game. That's the only win of the evening for Spain. But Wang Shixian making her work extremely hard at the top end of this second game. Just wide.
3, love.
Well, if this match goes in keeping with their previous head-to-head showings, it was only once, having lost the opening game, has Wang Shixian come through against Carolina. That was back in March in 2013. The Yonex All England Open. As the 6th seed, Wang Shixian came through to win 21-18 in the decider, but that was the one and only time. So you have to say, if you're a bettor, not that I am, or you should be, you'd put money on Carolina. Now, the roar so loud because she knows the poignancy of that point. Big difference between 4-1 and 3-2.
2, 3.
Just over half an hour played.
14-20.
That's a wonderful finish. Great slice. We did say this was the preferred tactic from Carolina, going into the deep forehand side of Wang Shixian, but look at how she executed that top draw finish. And she's had a sparkling start to this second game, has Wang Shixian. That's wide as well, testament to the scoreboard pressure that she's generating. Now,
5, 2.
can she keep ahead in this game?
First one by Japan, 21-16, 21-15. Next one out, 17-6.
Nicely done. A really cleverly engineered point.
3, 5.
Carolina Marin, so versatile in her attacks. Coach looking with those piercing eyes, watching her every move. What can he offer her in the post-mortem after the match and during the match in terms of tactical patterns of play that would favour her subtly. It's all about pitting her strengths, of course, against her opponent's weaknesses. Yes, using the drift cleverly there. The flat, hard drive of the backhand, dropping in. She really spiked that as well. So, still she trails in this second game. Only 3 of their 8 head-to-head showings have been 3-game encounters.
7-4.
Indeed, every time Carolina is the only player to have won in straight games. 4 times that Wang has won has been over 3 games. Good opportunity to do so, though, in front of a home crowd.
3 是原来送的 Australia。
Customary roar whenever she wins a point.
7.
I think it's a declaration of her character, Carolina Marin. Just so strong-willed, and she wants to let the world know with that roar. She's here for one thing only, and that's to get this job done. Well, the radar slightly off on that one.
8, 6.
Well, we thought it might be tougher this end for Marin.
9, 6.
And ever so slightly, well, easier. It's not the right way of putting it, but in terms of drift it is. Wang just has that little bit more allowance of crunching those clears and lifts a little bit firmer with the drift on her face than she does, conversely, as Marin on her back. That is gorgeous. Absolutely sublime cross net shot. Watch this. Full stretch. Gorgeous hand skills. Crowd delighted. Lusting after more after that. Of course, they want both players bringing their A game simultaneously. That's 4 in a row now for Wang Shixian. She wants this badly.
4号场地将要进行的是汤姆斯杯小组赛，英格兰队对阵德国队的第2场比赛，男子双方。
La verdad no para las veces, a ver si podemos hacer algo ahí. ¿Vale? Son 2 opciones. ¿Okay? Se tiene que hacer y yo puedo pedir el permiso. ¿Vale? Y si no, solo hay una manera, claro. No sé. Tú sabes tal vez.
Badminton World Superseries, Jinhua.
20 seconds.
Wang Shixian has ratcheted it up. The pressure, that is. She's won the last 4 consecutive points, and she's delighted with her efforts. Now, is there going to be a backlash against the world number 1? High quality encounter, this. 2 top 5 players, toe-to-toe. A real badminton treat. Can this lady do what she's only ever done once before against Carolina Marin, having dropped the opening game? Turn the match around in her favour. If you are just joining us, they are 4-all head-to-head showings, these two. Frustrated as it lands plumb on the line. Well, she was in the driving seat at that point all the way through as well. That'll frustrate. You saw the reaction. Well, in keeping with the slight drift situation, the shuttle spills over the back line. Not by much, but it increases the scoreboard pressure on the world number 1. Well, a sheepish look back to the coach as if to say, I'm going to buy some time anyway. I wasn't entirely sure or convinced by that gesture. But it was perhaps on the edge. Let's have a look. Replay suggests it might have clipped the edge, unless that's just our angle. She doesn't look convinced with those facial expressions. A heartbeat. When will it stop? It wasn't. Brilliant. Finds the line. Correction. Well, Wang Shixian has won 6 of the last 8 points. Gorgeous play, absolutely brilliant. Top draw badminton from the world number 1 there. A lot of acknowledgement to the coach. Look at what it means to her. It was the penultimate shot there that got that one. Wonderful tight net shot from Carolina at full stretch. Having to work extremely hard out here, though, to stay with Wang Shixian, who is bringing her best this second game. Just caught a glimpse on the left of your picture there of Dr. Martin. Fullstrom, I think his second name is. Very few can pronounce it correctly, so he just calls himself Dr. Martin. Lovely fella. I came from the airport with him in the bus. Very knowledgeable. Good leave. Well, in keeping with the world rankings, the deficit is now reducing. And Wang Shixian psychologically feeling the pressure, you would imagine, as the insistent, strong-willed nature of Carolina Marin forces her way back into this second game, desperate to level up and go beyond. Certainly played with more authority in the last 3 or so points. Indeed 4, a run of 4 for Carolina. Of course, Carolina very demonstrative with her gestures on court. Doesn't suit all players, and that's why Wang Shixian is very composed and calm. It's not her thing to be like a Carolina. You've got to go with your character, your nature. Tight net shot. Look at that reaction from Wang Shixian. She pierces the momentum bubble of Carolina. The last 4 consecutive points the lady in black had won, but that was so tight. Look at the finish.
14-11.
Three points separate them. Desperate to take us the distance, Wang Shixian. There was as much power in the roar as there was the forehand smash.
14.
Well, what you didn't see was Wang Shixian asking the umpire to go to the towel. Nope, not allowed. So the sweat drop was flicked to the side of the court. When you hear that noise, you know there's only one winner at that point. No prizes awarded for guessing that. So the lead is ebbing away for Wang Shixian in this game. World #1 on a mission. 6 of the last 7 points she's won. Look how tight that was.
14-all.
Of course, from the Spaniard's perspective, so hard to keep that run of momentum going when psychologically you've got back to level. So tough to keep working at that level of intensity asked. The last thing she wants to do now is succumb to a little complacency, having done so. That's wide as well, just over-pressing. Keen to finish the point, perhaps a little too soon, pulling the trigger. Possibly a little too early in that one. Well, Wang Shixian, such a good retriever of the shuttle, but that, such a wonderful drop. Watch this one, beautiful.
15, 16.
So again, staying in touch. Desperate not to allow Wang Shixian to accelerate away. Not at this stage as we head towards the business end of this second game. Cannot seem to get her nose in front this game, Carolina Marin. Credit to the determination of Wang Shixian. Desperate to give us a third and deciding game. In the company of Paul Hand, great to have you along. Hope you're enjoying this one as much as I am. Yeah. Coach likes it.
16, 17.
Now, can Wang Shixian shine as brightly as her outfit right now and find a way through this game? Is an amazing point. Brought her defense game was just so solid and resilient there with a couple of timely blocks mid-point. Look at how she turned this around. And this, exquisite. Talk about bringing your best when you need it most. Wow, that was timely as they both head to a well-deserved towel down, and the court attendants just mop up any beads of sweat. Crackling atmosphere out here on court one. Inflatable clappers
17.
going bonkers after seemingly every point now. And we've got deadlock in this second game. Who knows which way this one's going to swivel now. Runs of 4 for both players in this game. Only just. Very good leave from Carolina. So court aware, so fit and calm in the crunch. Now, does she have the poise to move on to the W? She's got one foot there. Drifts, pulled it. Deadlock again. For the double world champion. Well, you can see the little despondency in the head slump there. She knew she spilled long over the back line. Could cost her as Wang Shixian moves 2 points away from taking us the distance.
Now let's welcome the players.
Too greedy with the tight net shot. Now 2 consecutive game points for this lady.
海德伦、刘碧腾、刘碧腾超过配合泰国。
Badminton World Federation, Thailand.
Exquisite, absolutely brilliant from Wang Shixian to seal the second game and take us into a decider. 21 points to 18. She levels up. 55 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
打出来就很好，关键是可以注意就是一个幅度，因为你包括推球跟拉球幅度一平啊，就打他节奏远，他快，帮我打完之后上来压你，显得比较吃力，就给他一定的时间，自己的时间把握好，挡他，他上来再去推他，这个节奏他很难推，偶尔回脱一个，他找到一个什么感觉？
Well, their very last encounter in November of last year, the failed China Open, Wang Shixian had the win. That was in 3 sets. 3 games, I should say. Also in the Japanese Open in September. She came through in 3 games as well. So look at the smash placement by Wang. Winners going down to the forehand side of Carolina, just 30%. Interesting graphic, that one. And interesting how she's out early, keen to extend her run of momentum.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
You'd imagine for Wang Shixian, it's all about the start of this decider. As it was in the second game, of course, she went roaring off to a 3-love start, did Wang. So, we are going to be indulged. We're going the distance here. Last and deciding game in this opening match of the Thai-China. The top seeds against Spain, the 11th seeds in this Uber Cup encounter. Carolina Marin, at the top of your picture, against Wang Shixian, world ranked 5. Decisive start from the Spaniard.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Indonesia, represented by Angga Pertama, VP Lorena, Sawodi. And on my left, Kevin.
One, all.
So in keeping with the second game, Wang Shixian off to the marginally better start. This was nice, but watch this response. Bang, flat and fast. High risk with the drift on your back. But at this stage, you'd imagine she has to take risks. Wonderful slice finish from Wang. Look at that. The shuttle loaded with slice, dropped like a stone. Three-point advantage. 3 in a row for Wang Shixian. Snuffed out by a roar and a thunderous forehand smash from the lefty. Look at this precision strike. Well, back-to-back monster smashes from Carolina Marin. Ensure that she reduces the lead that Wang has to just 1 point now. Challenge. Well, very deceptive from Wang Shixian. Carolina Marin was going the other way. Uncharacteristically, just didn't get a read on it at all, hence not managing to get a racket to it. Now, is the Marin challenge going to be correct? Let's have a look. No, it's inside by quite a way. It's good. Timely as well. Wang Shixian going for the challenge. Well, she did indeed leave it. Ooh, it's close. I think it's on the line. Let's see what happens as we go upstairs. Anxious moments, these. Yes, it is. Plum on the line.
Challenge unsuccessful. Service over. 4-5. China has 1 challenge remaining.
So both players with just 1 challenge remaining. So they better pick the opportune time to use it, you'd imagine. So just the 1 point in it then, early in this deciding game. Set play from Carolina Marin with the deep clear and following up with that one, but just missing. Cries of joy all around the hall here in Qingchen Sports Centre. What a wonderful atmosphere, really building here. 8:10 local time. They've been on court just 4 minutes over an hour played now. There's 2 points between them in favour of Team China. That would be a crushing blow should China win the opening match from Spanish perspective, because they really are banking on the world #1 here and giving them a good start. Wonderful cross net angle. Disorientated and rushed into error, Carolina Marin. Now, her score only half that of her opponent in this deciding game. Now that's a lot to recover. But if anybody can, the world #1 can. Now, that was a little greedy as well. Is she in for the long haul here? That's the question on everybody's lips. It's all about nationalistic pride. How badly do you want to win this for your country? No, another greedy choice. Risk-taking on the agenda for the player in black. This player locking down the defences so well. So resilient in defence. Good forcing play from Carolina. Quick to close the net down, but does she have what it takes to retrieve this deficit? This is teetering on the net there. Extraordinary just how tight that net shot was. Two in a row for Carolina Marin. Make that 3 in a row. She's going all out here, this lady. Fortune favours the brave, and it certainly does at this stage. Will Wang Shixian just continue to lock down the defences, or will she become more adventurous herself? 4 in a row for Marin. That's big psychologically, and for this player at this stage, kind of feels like you're going down on the scoreboard, but she still has the advantage of 2-point lead. Won't feel like that in her head though, having lost the last 4. Make that 5. Hands down from the lines judge, that was well in. So Carolina Marin pulling out all the stops here, 5 consecutive points, in keeping with that of Wang Shixian from 5-4 up to go 10-5. So both have had a run of 5. Now, whose turn is it to win this point? Oh, that was poor judgment. Head spinning like a washing machine at the moment, Wang Shixian, you would imagine. 10-4 has become 10-all in the blink of an eye. Carolina Marin chuntering away to herself. Indeed, both are trying to draw on their positive mental reserves as much as they can at this stage. It's all about deep-seated belief. certainly point of the match so far, this one. Well, whatever happens, that gets on the highlights reel. Amazing badminton. Look at the reaction. Wang Shixian, for the first time in the match, breaks out into a wry smile. Because she had lost 6 consecutive points to get to 10-all, Carolina Marin. And Wang Shixian just won the last point.
Entonces, ahora solo queda 15 minutos. ¿Vale?
It's a nail-biting deciding game.
20 seconds.
Vamos, insists the Spanish coach. There's the world #1, got what it takes to come through here. Look at this, Wang smash point today. Predominantly off that forehand side, she's been made to play. We did say at the top of the programme that Carolina Marin would be peppering that deep forehand of Wang. Still, it's a 1-point game, 11-10 to the neon-clad Chinese player. Gorgeous, deceptive, dropped like a stone, and timely. Showing such character in the big moments, the world #1. To remind you, if you are just joining us, she was 10-4 down in this deciding game and has fought back so diligently to make a real fist of this one. There's an insistence and a bloody mindedness about Carolina Marin here. I will find a way. Do you yield, asks Wang Shixian. Do you yield, Marin? And Marin, in keeping with this match, normally roars back with a protest. Sublime. Exquisite athleticism from Carolina. Closing down that net after the grueling, lung-busting point. Yanked all over the court, both of them with such precision hitting. Scoreboard, deadlock. Who will find the way through to the win? It's not just about them, it's about the country. Selection rights for China. Wang Shixian needs to prove to the selectors that she's good enough to beat the world #1 and get selected again. Li Jure has been dropped. That's the wrong wording, really. They have such flexibility. So many former world #1s and Olympic medalists. And they have so many options to rest even their best players. Powers a way through. Becomes such a watchable, mesmerizing match. Particularly for the players in the Spanish camp. Clara Azurmendi, the big tall 18-year-old from San Sebastian. moving to Madrid shortly. World ranked 134, Clara.
Play.
Just asking an extra question, Wang Shixian, hanging around like a wasp at a barbecue.
14, 13.
Keeps getting that shuttle back. And look at this defense, immaculate. Marin, a little greedy with the last shot. Had the right idea, couldn't quite execute. There's a quiet, humble determination about the gift bearer in neon. Fascinating, isn't it, watching the psyche of these two women. One vocal and raucous in her approach, trying to bully the point through, the other, in contrast, a number cruncher, resilient in defense, quiet, diligent, focused. Still nothing between them.
拉尔夫、舍菲兹勒，德国。
Yeah, thought so as soon as she hit it. It was so full-blooded. Always going to spill wide, that one. And again, Wang Shixian doing such a good job at keeping this lady at bay. It's been neck and neck since 10-all, sharing points all the way to 15-14. Demonstration of their deliberation and excellence, insistence on winning. Well, to muffled applause, the Spaniard wins the point, levels up this tie. All square. Which way is it going to tumble now? She's had a run of 6, has Carolina Marin, to retrieve 4-10, back to 10-all. Sheer strength of character.
15.
She's ahead for the first time in this game. Takes her time rightly to put scoreboard pressure back on Wang Shixian. Clever. A brilliant point by Wang Shixian. String break for Carolina Marin. You could hear it through this point. Just shanked that one at the top of the frame there, but still managed to continue. Couldn't get this one clear of the net though. Waiting for Marin to select the next weapon. The customary warm-up. she's ready.
16 all.
A chunk out of that shuttle.
Like,
Who wants this more?
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Japan, represented by Sayaka Sato. And on my left, Australia, represented by Corrales. Japan to serve. Hello.
Well, it was high risk.
17 16.
High risk shot from Carolina Marin. Thought she was going to go with a reverse slice. She hit it flat and hard and firm, and she finds the inside of the line. According to our replay, Wang Shixian was denied the challenge. The umpire thought she took too long. It has to be an instant challenge, of course. And that was spawn out of desperation. Marin with the upper hand of just a point. Well, she had the angle favouring her to Wang Shixian on the cross court. Court length being slightly longer. Fell in.
17 all.
Well, in keeping with the tight match they've played throughout, this one still deadlocked. Brilliant. Absolutely class slice from Wang Shixian now, who threw herself and committed with a capital C to every shot that point. Look at this get. And this is an exquisite finish. Carolina Marin straining every sinew. Indeed, they both were almost doing the splits there on a long, punishing rally.
18 17.
There's been some pressure on the calf or Achilles there. They've had a towel down. Ushered back onto the court, says the umpire. Come on, crack on. Shixian, that was a punishing rally. Pretty much did the splits in the middle of that one after that drop shot from Marin. There's Li Jure, the champion of the Bonnie China Masters recently. Reigning Olympic champion, of course, from London 2012 as well. She's not playing today, she's resting. Sensible. It's a long, grueling week. Saving herself for sterner tests that await. Coach warming his applause. Now you get a real good look into the psyche of these two women. Who has that deep-seated inner belief? It all comes down to self-trust at the end of the day. Marin has bullied her psyche to become world #1. How much does Wang Shixian believe? Oh, lots, that's for sure. That was thunderous. This one really has some chili behind it. Look at how she unleashes the fury on the next shot. Great reverse slice, and then in contrast, the body blow to the chest of Marin. So quick to close. The points have got it all. Wonderful versatility and variety from both. Quality badminton now. Two match points for Wang Shixian now. 2018 she leads in this deciding game. There's a forlorn, weary look to Carolina Marin. Wang Shixian rightly takes her time. She's worked tirelessly to get to this position. Can she finish it here? Terrific point from both. Do you yield, Carolina Marin? No, she shouts adamantly. Wow. Which way is the curtain going to fall on this one? World #1 still up against it. The cauldron of match pressure. One match point saved. Wang Shixian. She's absolutely delighted. Look at the reaction. Finally, her face breaks out into a smile. Generous applause all round. Marin swats the net in frustration and disbelief at the finish. But the world #1 has been ousted today by Wang Shixian, who extends her head-to-head lead over Carolina Marin, 5-4. She's delighted. 87 minutes played, and she wins 21-19 in the deciding game to give China the lead in this tie. Look at the reaction. That's what it means to her. Absolutely elated, as are the coaches as well. Well, that is a fabulous win for Wang Shixian, and she prevails in a punishing encounter against the world #1. It was such a watchable match. Delight to be part of that. But it was concluded. Wang Shixian runs out the winner in 3 tight games. 21-19 in the decider. 87 minutes played. So there we are then, just time to catch breath after that grueling encounter between Wang Shixian, who eventually ousted the world's best player, Carolina Marin, on the rankings, 21-19 in the deciding game. And what a contest it was, quite something. But Wang Shixian, one of the few players in the world who have extended her head-to-head. 5-4 now over Carolina Marin. Wang Yihan, she's up next as the women's singles second match is due on court. She's up against Beatriz Corrales of Spain. Then Sunyu against Clara Azurmendi. Wow, I'm all at sea after that one. That really was a terrific, terrific match. This, of course, is our third tie today. We've brought you 11 matches already. This is session 3 of day 3. And wow, it's all unfolding here from the Qingchen Sports Center, East China. Wonderful venue, beautiful city. We've been treated to some terrific badminton. Next up then, Beatriz Corrales, world ranked 38th. She's been off a career high a year or so ago in May 2015 of 20th in the world. She's up against Wang Yihan, another Wang, who is ranked just a spot below her compatriot, who's just had a really good win at 6th in the world currently. She again is a former world #1 from December 2012. Shanghai born and resides in Beijing, the 28-year-old Wang Yihan, so a lady of experience, 2 years older than Wang Shixian. So we await our players. Well, Carolina Marin, world #1, was obviously the big hope for Spanish badminton, and indeed she still is, but as regards this campaign, this tie, you could pretty much declare it over. And I don't mean that in a negative, I mean that in a realistic perspective, because as we said at the top of the program, China just so dominant in that regard. Though Spain are a country on the up, there's no doubt about it. They only have a 6-player side though. Carolina Marin is, as she never has done much in the past, not playing doubles here. But they are a nation that's really starting to believe, a nation with a rich sporting heritage. They've been huge in tennis for years, have the Spaniards. Conchita Martinez won at Wimbledon, of course, in 1994, beating Martina Navratilova. In golf, they've had Seve Ballesteros, and who won the US Masters twice and British Open 3 times. Jose Maria Olazabal won the Masters titles twice. Sergio Garcia, another top 10 player from Spain in golf. Spain won the Tennis Fed Cup 5 times in the 90s, led out by Arantxa Sanchez Vicario, and 3 times a French Open champion, Carlos Moya, Juan Carlos Ferrero, so both French Open champions. And of course, Rafael Nadal in tennis. Formula 1, it's Fernando Alonso, World Rally Championship, Carlos Sainz, cycling, Miguel Indurain, 5 times Tour de France winner. So what a sporting heritage Spain have, and they really have a good development program as well. Once they put their mind to it, they can seemingly produce champions in whichever sport they want. So here's Beatriz Corrales on the right, up against Wang Yihan of China on the left. So Beatriz Corrales opting to serve, Wang Yihan, the taller of the 2 players, opting for the end with the drift on her back. Confirmation then of the match that we'll be watching. These 2 have played only once before, according to my records. That was in the Malaysian Open a couple of years ago, and in fact 2.5 years ago, because it was January. Head-to-head is in favour of Wang. Shanghai born, fairly close to here, just an hour away, Shanghai. Kind of neighbouring Suzhou here. She's ranked 4th there. She's been as high as #1. She's currently playing off of a ranking here of 6th. But that's the exact ranking to date. But of course, we're going on the ranking as of when this was published, this event. There's Beatriz Corrales.
7-10.
residing in Madrid. I'm told she's moving to Italy to change her training. Wants to move to Milan. 38th ranked, 23 years old, being as high as 20. It's tough being number 2. Azurmendi on the up, Clara chasing her constantly. And it's a tough position because, of course, she's been continuously in the shadow of Carolina Marin. And it's also quite tough practicing all the time with Carolina Marin because, of course, she's beaten you up for day in, day out, you would imagine. That was the result of their last head-to-head showing, 21-14, 21-14 in favour of Wang Yihan. To be expected because of her more heralded ranking, if you will. It's results this year for Wang Yihan, runner-up in the Swiss Open this year, and she recently won the Badminton Asian Champs, of course, beating Okuhara in the final and Sena Newell as well, and Li Juret was in the final. Okuhara and Sena Newell prior to that. 21-16 in the third game against Li, who's resting her compatriot on the bench.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, China, represented by Wang Yihan. On my left, Spain, represented by Beatriz. Spain to serve. Level play.
So, Beatriz Corrales to get us underway from Spain.
1, love. Service will go. Service over.
Struck above the waist.
1, 4, 2. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Spain, challenge. Go out.
Well, Beatriz has opted for the challenge first of this match. Let's see how she goes. She got a pretty good look at it.
Successful. Spain, 1 challenge remaining. No. Unsuccessful. Out. Yep. Ah, sorry.
Yes, dead right, umpire. Your mistake. I was looking at the graphic, scratching my head, thinking, surely that's clipped the line. So challenge successful. Corrales wins the point. She's 2-1 up with serve.
3, 1.
Well, we have to give credit to the umpire line and service judge. They do a terrific job. It's been a long, grueling 3 days. Each session has 3 matches. Best of 3 games, of course, each match. The tie has 5 matches per tie that all need playing through to their conclusion. When we get to the quarterfinals, of course, that format will be slightly clipped because it's the first team that reaches the scoreline of 3, and then the match stops. The dead rubbers won't be played. But a sparkling start for Beatriz Corrales here, and that was unlucky, just as it kissed the net on the way through. Well, it's an interesting moment for Corrales, isn't it? Because she's normally in the shadow, as I say, of Carolina Marin, and Marin normally winning everything. Of course, Corrales going in, having the win behind her. But it's going to be interesting to see how she responds to the fact that Marin has lost, and whether that kind of tightens her up or frees her off. It's an interesting dynamic. But whatever it is, it's always going to be a tough match up against Wang Yihan, a lady of such experience.
5, 4.
got this swagger factor, Wang Yihan, hasn't she? The look of a player that knows she deserves to be there.
China challenges Colin.
Well, it's an abundance of challenges from the off out here. Challenge from Wang Yihan. Now, how's this one seen? And how does the umpire interpret what he sees this time? Everybody looking up to the big screens. And it is in.
China 1 challenge remaining. 5 hole play. Service over. 6-5.
So a few unforced errors creeping into the black-clad Spaniard. Big pressure there from Wang Yihan, yanking her opponent all over the court there. So Beatriz stays in touching distance to Wang Yihan.
6-8. Service over. 9-6.
Getting back to that development program issue. China themselves have pumped $50 million of investment into their football development as well. And of course, Spain know all about football. Real Madrid and FC Barcelona, Iniesta, Messi, Ramos, Fabregas, Silva, loads of them. Interesting to see how China do in that regard. It's obviously going to take a while to turn that situation around, because never before have they taken such an interest. That was a wonderful reverse slice from Beatriz Corrales.
7-10.
Gutsy response to trailing this opening game. Great finish. Terrific work.
8-10.
Speed, agility to the fore. Great athleticism here and a wonderful finish. Watch this, just creating the space in the court so well and crunching through it in doing so. precision strike from Wang Yihan. So as they head to the interval then, it's Wang Yihan with the 3-point advantage after just 8 minutes played.
然后就是高球弧度，因为高球一平啊，他起来打你两边对角线，弧度起来给自己一些时间，啪啦啪啦调整好自己位置，再挡上完之后再打自己。
只要这个节奏到了后面好了，不要着急啊，他也不是拉到。
Well, she has the luxury of practicing a lot with Carolina Marin, but that can work two ways, can't it? You can either raise your game, which no doubt she's tried her utmost to do, and I'm sure she's improved in many aspects of her game. But also it can kind of crush your psyche, because more often than not when you're playing points, you're losing them. And it's hard to sustain belief in that kind of mental dynamic. In one way it's luxurious, but not so in another. It does a little damage. And of course any good coach will tell you that it's important for a player to keep that win-loss ratio sort of 70 to 30%. Well, that's in match play, but in practice, well... 5 years separate these two players. And 32 spots on the world ranking list. Doesn't quite have the weaponry to hurt Wang Yihan often enough. 10 minutes played, quite a substantial lead for the Chinese player. Wonderful flat drive in response after her tight net shot. Well, as anticipated, in the driving seat from the off, Wang Yihan. Stopping the rot then, a run of 7 consecutive points for Wang Yihan come to a halt, says the Spaniard. Enough is enough. Two in a row for Beatriz. Can she build from here against the current Asian champion? Oh, thunderous finish. Plenty of bite behind that power smash. Watch this. looks a look of, and it's very, very slight, despondency, downbeat. 2 points away from the opening game then is Wang Yihan. It all looks fairly academic right now. And that's said respectfully, because I'm sure Beatriz Corrales is giving her best. I don't doubt that. Wang Yihan, a player of stature, heralded, a former world #1. Always going to be a tough ask for Beatriz. She lost 21-14, 21-14 2.5 years ago. A lot of water's gone under the bridge since then. Has it favoured Wang or Corrales? And it looks like the former at the moment. Good leave as the shuttle spills long on the back line. 14 minutes played, 21-11. Game to the Chinese.
Sí, vale, entonces, aunque yo he dicho antes, pero tiene que arriesgar menos, ¿vale? Y hace muchos errores en la red, entonces vamos a...
Ya al principio, a partir del 11, está intentando jugar la red, no tenía nada de eso y además me estaba presionando, o sea, y empecé a jugar un poco más al fondo y mejor, o sea, como más variedad fondo red. Un
poco más al fondo, recuerda, ahora tiene el viento en la espalda, ¿vale? Si no puedo jugar tanto red, no jugamos lo propio profundo, ¿vale? Ahí hay menos fallos, ¿vale? Entonces, bloqueo profundo.
A picture of confident assurance. Wang Yihan now head-to-head marginal gain. They've only met once before, 2.5 years ago, and it was in the favour of the neon-clad Chinese player at the far end. But expectations are for the #1 seeds to emerge comfortably as we head towards the latter end of today's play, if you will.
Squad 1, 20 seconds.
Can the Spaniards get back on terms and turn this one around? China on top after match 1 and game 1 here. Just a little extra sizzle on most things that she does, Wang Yihan. Shard of light for Beatriz Corrales as that Wang shot just drifted into the tram line. Another shard of light. Carolina Marin from the Spaniards' perspective. It's been a dark day, a dark start for the Spaniards. In keeping with their outfits, uncharacteristically, Carolina lost that opening match. Let's hope there's not a sense of deflation about the Spaniards. But I think it's because Beatriz Corrales just goes about her business that little bit quieter. She's not as demonstrative as Carolina, no doubt about that. And I think that that sort of roaring of Carolina has kind of bullied her way through, and it really has assisted her psychologically in her quest for the top. Conversely, this player really quite diminutive in stature, but not far off, really.
5, 1.
body blow. Well played.
2, 5.
9, 3.
Over. 6, 2, 4.
So all starting to unravel a little now for Beatriz Corrales, and Yihan has anticipated disarming and dismantling her very well.
Service over 3, 7.
Over 3, 2.
Five points adrift. Well, it seems that everything that Yihan does is just that little bit more impactful. Just has a little bit more weight of shot and a little bit more zing on most big shots that she hits. Corrales with a lovely touch on occasions, but more often than not, Yihan with the answers.
Over 4, 9.
Beatriz Corrales, can she put together a run of 2 this game? Her opponents had 3 runs of 2 and a run of 3 points.
10, 4.
Hauled up on a service fault. Denied again any sort of run of momentum, the player in black. Oh, she deserved that, to be fair. Well engineered. Great reflexive backhand block mid-rally here. Oh, it was a forehand block. Well played. Super return. So quick to close that down. So mid-game interval, 6 points between them in the favour of the neon-clad Chinese. 22 minutes played. She's very much in the driving seat of this one.
Tenemos que buscar la manera de jugar la regla, porque si no, no sirve, ¿vale? Pero intenta. Ahora empezamos de 0, ¿vale? Y entonces tú piensas en...
Code 1, 20 seconds. Code 1, 20 seconds. 11, 5. Play.
Oh, brilliant slice from Wang. Just that little extra precision. Don't get to become a top 10 player without that. I think we can respectfully say she's kind of coming towards the twilight of her career at 28 years old. Because, of course, these athletes are in prime physical condition. And you often see, as you do with Wang Yan, that there's tape around the patella tendon to support the knee, kneecap alignment, that is, and that's a commonality in racket sports with the lateral movement predominantly that induces that condition. But all these top performing players, it's a fine line between fit and unfit, isn't it? It's just such a tough balance and so easy to overtrain, so you're fatigued, and these players are so kind of long in the tooth match-wise, experience-wise, that they know how to handle that kind of dynamic of just getting the balance right pre-competition, when to peak and how to peak, what to eat, how to rest. It's all imperative in their development. But of course, these guys are advised better than most. They've got such an exquisite training program. Hence the stranglehold over world badminton, particularly in the women's event here. 13 titles to China over the years. And she's just got that little bit too much for Beatriz Corrales. It's fairly evident. And the scoreboard does not lie. That said, the Spaniard is Milan bound to train with the Italians. And perhaps that'll be a turnaround in her fortunes, who knows. But that said, respectable, being ranked 38th, nothing wrong with that at all, being as high as 20th in the world. Fatigue setting in, you feel.
16-7.
We spoke a couple of days ago about the different racket sports and how in tennis you have to be 6 foot plus, really. Being a heavier ball that you crunch, it is more of a strength game in that regard. But and we said how in badminton it doesn't matter. Well, I kind of disagree now. I think that it does, actually. I think that if you're a big, tall athlete and you can move well, the way that Victor Axelsen at 6'5" has employed a movement coach, and now that his sort of agility is better, I think a good moving tall player will prove more of a handful than a good moving small player, put it that way. I really do, even in badminton. I think it's becoming more and more prevalent, the physicality and the reach that these taller players have, particularly in doubles. That, you know, you think of immediately Kolding in men's doubles, 6'7", Li from China and Liu, 6'5", 6'4", respectively. They're big guys, and when they get hold of that shuttle and really rattle it at you, of course, you really have to have an extremely strong defense to cope with that time and again. And it does become a bit more of a power game. And I think that's the way that badminton is going. And you see players like this kind of struggling unless you are, you know, a real extremely good physical specimen. I think you're up against it, against the taller, rangier leverage of the power players. Today being quite an example of that, frankly. It's another asset, having strength on your side through height and leverage. 2 points away now then, Wang Yan. Chinese player freewheeling now, and it all looks rather academic.
Service over. 9-20.
Desperate to detain her opponent.
Okay.
21-11, 21-9, 28 minutes played. As Wang Yihan through comfortably
Next one by China.
second match.
21-11, 21-9.
Backing up all of the sterling work done by her namesake, Wang Shixian. So the world ranked number 6, backing up the world ranked number 5 and extending China's lead to a 2-love advantage out here in this 5-match tie. Confirmation then. Beatriz Corrales going down hard to Wang Yihan. 28 minutes played. 21-11, 21-9. Next up will be Sun Yu, ranked 13th, up against Clara Azurmendi, another talent from Spain, the young 18-year-old, 133rd ranked she is at the moment. No head-to-head showing in this third and upcoming match. Confirmation of our scoreline then. Chinese players, both Wangs safely through. Carolina Marin, the great Spanish hope, the great European hope indeed. Twice world and European champion, ousted from the off here. And frankly, that really has put pay, you'd imagine, to Spanish hopes. That said, we've got the exciting Clara Azurmendi up next against Sun Yu. Sun Yu, of course, winner of the Singapore Open last year. Couldn't defend her title this year, but another Chinese player of might and stature. They'll be up next, and that'll be followed by our women's doubles 2 and then women's doubles 1. And the reason that the second women's doubles is up next is because Azurmendi is in the singles now and will need, of course, a minimum of a 30-minute break. So our court officials are walking onto the court there. And here comes our 2 players. Led out by the Chinese player up first and Azurmendi second. Sun Yu, Amazonian-like in her presence, tall and long-levered, as indeed is Clara Azurmendi.
It is red. This call. You'll stay to my right? Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you. Good luck, ladies.
So Clara electing to serve. Sun Yu electing which end she wants. It's often the way the Chinese players tend to, I know it's a bit of a sweeping generalization, but tend to take the tougher end with the drift on their back first. Don't ask me why, just an observation. Confirmation of the match we'll be watching then. Sun Yu of China up against Clara Azurmendi of Spain. The Spanish #3 against the Chinese #3. Azurmendi ranked 133rd off her career high, the talented 18-year-old. But this lady first. Sun Yu, 22 years old, just 4 years senior to Clara, born in Liaoning province. Currently ranked 13th. She's been as high as 9 pretty much this time last year. Broke into the top 10 then. Unable to defend her crown of 2015, the Singapore Open, where she beat Nozomi Okuhara in the round of 16. Clara Azurmendi ranked 144th according to that graphic. I've got her down as 133rd. Been marginally higher. Born in Donostia in Spain. She's got quite a presence, this young lady, and a real talent, the 18-year-old. Only played 2 tournaments in 2016. I've got her down as a quarter-finalist of the Swedish Masters. She took bronze at the European Games 2015 in Baku. Lost to Lian Tan, sister of Yuhan Tan, chairman of the Athletes Commission in badminton. From Belgium, of course, Yuhan and Laia. So she's also coached by Fernando Rivas. Is Azurmendi.
China, represented by Sun Yu. On my left, Spain, represented by Clara Azurmendi. Spain to serve. Bubble. Play.
Yeah, Fernando Rivas, notable in his absence. He was the head coach at the Olympics 2008 and 12. He's been a real linchpin and dedicated to his job as Fernando. Coach to Carolina Marin since the age of 14 and kind of like a father figure too, really. Changed the fortunes of Spanish badminton, which he was suggesting there was no teamwork, no cohesion, no sharing best practice. There is now. Now he's involved. His assistant is on duty today, the man that's been on throughout. Anas Thompson, there he is. Doing a great job. Very, very focused. Strong start from Sun Yu, who really does have a court presence. She's very, very powerful. This player, to 2014 Youth Olympic quarter-finalist. She lost to another Chinese player, Bing Zhao, who went on to take gold. She's not been selected here. That's how strong the Chinese team are. A roar of delight for Azurmendi. Very Marinesque, wasn't it?
1-3.
She moved to Madrid last year. She's tall and talented, but I think she needs a little physical development. So this is very much a learning tournament for her at just 18 years old. Good play. Spread the court nicely.
3-all.
She's back on terms, commendably. But Sun Yu, 22 years old, just that little bit more physical. I've got her down to outmaneuver Clara Azurmendi. Having said that, the match is very young, and let's find out. But I do think that it's an area at 18 that you need to work a lot on that physical conditioning and getting stronger. We've seen all the athletes that have excelled over the years do that at about that kind of window in terms of time. I think of Kirsty Gilmore and how she's become more statuesque in her frame and not shunned the work. Not suggesting that Clara's done that at all, far from it, I'm sure, but that's powerful.
Service over.
And that's why she really is so high up on that Spanish radar. Very well thought of, the youngster. Good leave. But you can see that Azurmendi has quite a lot of pop on the shuttle. Alluding to, continuing the point that I was labouring earlier in the second match, you know, badminton has become a strength game. And these guys are exquisite athletes.
5-4.
Well, the last 2 points have been good examples of what I'm talking about, really. Aged only 18 with all of these long limbs, it's tough to coordinate that. Your core needs to be strong, and as a consequence, on occasions, the end range shot making can be just that little bit weaker and out of control. You need a lot of stability to control this, and coming into this match, I was sharing thoughts with Steen Pedersen, our co-commentator, working alongside Jill Clark this week, and we were sort of saying that, you know, Clara, well, she is only 18, and it's going to be tough for her against Sun Yu. He felt that she might be outmaneuvered without putting a dampener on this match. That seems to be what's unfolding. But over time, she'll get stronger and stronger. And I think she can be a real force to be reckoned with, as long as she really does acknowledge that area of physicality and turn it in from a weaker area in her game into a massive strength area. Why not? So the unforced error is starting to creep in then as we head towards the mid-game interval for the Spaniard. But let's be honest, they're facing a thankless task in Team China. They give nothing. They make you work so hard for just crumbs from the table, metaphorically speaking. Aha! Unforced error. Frustration from Sun Yu.
6-9.
So Clara stays in touching distance.
Oh! Service over. 10-6.
Good leave. Tried to climb around the backhand smash to make it a forehand, and then just in the nick of time, pulling out altogether. Very good awareness of the court. She's got that kind of raw power, hasn't she, Clara, that looks like she can become a really big force in badminton if she chooses to.
8-10.
She's got an ease to the way that she does things, and that's always encouraging at this highest level of world team badminton. Good play.
9-10.
Stays in touch with Sun Yu, doing very well here, considering Sun Yu's been a top 10 player. Oh, that's a shame. Played a good rally, and Sun Yu knew she got out of jail there. She was let off the hook. Azurmendi controlling nicely there. Mid-game interval then. 2-point deficit in favor of Sun Yu.
中心下到，其他没问题。这下来球比较短，所以这个要往前逼。好，中间弧度，这个弧度别着急。
Well, she's hardly had her own way out here, Sun Yu. Testament to the talent of this young player. Again, you see the strapping on the right knee. It's telling us
11-9.
that she suffers from a little bit of patella tendonitis, and that's what the strapping does. It kind of takes the strain off the patella tendon and realigns the kneecap slightly. It's no big deal. You know, all athletes can play on with it pretty much unless it gets too bad, but it just makes life a little bit more comfortable for them. Unable to block that one back. That's a wonderful tight net shot from Sun Yu.
13-9.
And Azurmendi, you can see the tactics. She's trying to clear deep and hard so that she can get Sun Yu in these awkward positions, which is down low for these taller athletes. That's where they struggle. That's a smart play from Sun Yu there, doing just what Azurmendi's trying to do to her. Get the shuttle down low. It's a long way to get down to. And then again, another example of just brilliance from Sun Yu. Extending her lead now with a run of 4 straight points. 3 since the mid-game interval, keeping the pressure on well. In keeping with the ranking as well, the player ranked 13 in the world, doing a grand job in terms of running with the lead as top players do. Accentuating and mounting problems for their opponents. Holding momentum so well, look at this. Azurmendi starting to panic a little. Errors flowing from her racket. unnecessarily as a consequence. Scoreboard pressure, very stifling. Giving her the run around, I think that's what it's called.
17-9.
Deep, then extremely short, often played on the diagonal as alternating shots. It's a tough combination, and this player has exceeded at that tactic. Excelled, I should say. Coming thick and fast then from Clara. She's wilting a little under the pressure from Sun Yu. In a combination of deep lifts like that, that even with the drift, that one fell in. Deep lifts and clears and then short drops on the diagonal. Very Marin-esque in the way that she's executing this is Sun Yu. Well, you'd imagine that one of the goals the Spaniards would probably have set is, right, come on, let's get to 10. That's a chunkable goal, that's achievable. Wow, what a finish for Sun Yu, and a sparkling one at that. That's 11 points in a row. After the mid-game interval, it became a rout, that game, frankly. Not conceding a solitary point, Sun Yu. So 21-9 opening game in favor of the Chinese player.
El objetivo del partido es aprender, ¿vale? Entonces tenemos que volver a lo que hiciste en el principio del primer set, ¿vale? Tenemos que volver a jugar con ella, ¿vale? Ahora recuerda que tiene el viento al favor de ti, ¿vale? Entonces el volante ahora va fuera del fondo, ¿vale? Entonces tenemos que bajar más el volante, ¿ok? Pero eso no significa que no podemos levantar, no significa que no podemos hacer clic. Solo recuerda, igual que cuando hacemos en Blume, con un poco de finta, el clear un poco de ley, el lob un poco de ley, ¿vale? Para que no se iban fuera del fondo, ¿ok? Y ya podemos empezar otra vez con el picado, ¿vale? Pero recuerda, cada 2 o 3 picados tiene que haber un fuerte.
For 1, 20 seconds. For 1, 20 seconds.
Well, the 2-minute time board gets taken away, and we're ready to resume. Game 1 in favor of Sun Yu, who seems considerably better at employing her tactics at the moment. Proceedings running away from Clara Azurmendi there, having made such a spirited start to the match.
4号场地将要进行的是汤姆斯杯小组赛，英格兰队对阵德国队的第5场比赛，男子单打。
So in keeping with the previous game then.
亚历克斯·莱恩，英格兰。
Sun Yu keeps the pressure on.
大卫·唐，德国。David Pang, Germany.
Watch the patterns of play. It's really quite something from Sun Yu. That was nice. Nice change up, the rifling smash through the middle of the court. She's normally given Clara Azurmendi the extreme diagonal treatment. Very deep and then very short on the angle. Exposing the long, gangly levers of Clara Azurmendi, who's very explosive when you put it in a slot. So pressure starting to tell. Sun Yu will be fully aware that these misses are quite wide margins, and these tactics are really getting to the young Spaniard, who, just to remind you, if you are just joining, she's only 18 years old. So this is rough. This is all about building experience, and none better against the world-leading team and top seeds here, China. So let's be fair and give credit where it's due. Clara Azurmendi, just young in match terms, and she will be drinking this experience in, win, lose or draw, no doubt about it. But her head will be spinning right now as she's desperately looking for a way to just get a single point on the board here in this game. Sun Yu, in contrast, desperate to keep the pressure on her. Well played. And there's another example of a more physically mature player with that exquisite end-range control. She can hold those shapes for just that little millisecond longer. And that's all it takes. The shuttle goes exactly where she wants it. And in contrast, not quite.
7 love.
She has time on her side, though. 4 years junior to Sun Yu. It's a great point. Well engineered. Brilliant work from Clara Azurmendi.
1-7.
Sun Yu, who works to such high standards, just berating herself there at the end of that, having won 7 consecutive points in this second game.
Service over. 8.
Matches in badminton won and lost on the smallest of margins. Sun Yu starting to take a real stranglehold over this match, you feel.
Service over. 2-8. Service over. 9-2.
Brilliance. Wonderful point from both players, has to be said. Just acknowledging a little bit of good fortune at the end there off the net cord. She's really starting to turn the screw now, you feel, Sun Yu. Brilliant.
Service over. 3-10.
High skill level shot, executed supremely well from Clara, giving hope to Spanish fans. Too much pressure from Sun Yu. She heads to the mid-game interval after 22 minutes. She's a game and a considerable lead up here. Clara Azurmendi, by contrast, with it all to do.
Sí, a lo mejor sí, pero está claro, cuando tú estás haciendo ataque ahora, él defiende corto, pero le quedas atrás. Vale, entonces, si tú atacas, tú vas corriendo adelante, ¿vale? Y estás olvidando los clears. De hecho que sí puede hacer clear, ¿vale? Pero claro, tiene que ser un poco de lento, ¿vale? Y recuerdo si lo puedo ver.
For 1, 20 seconds. For 1, 20 seconds.
Contorting her body to all sorts of extremities in the name of getting the win for her country, Sun Yu. It's been a very assured performance from her throughout. Another good leave, keeping the pressure on her younger opponent, who's acquitted herself well out here in the cauldron of match pressure against the top seeds and the best players in the world.
Service over. 4-12. Service over. 13-4.
Well, the idea was right. It's spilling wide in doing so.
5-13. Service over. 6-13. Clara. Look this stick in there. You have to stop. Change the shuttle. Service over. 14-6.
Clara Azurmendi having difficulty just lifting over the top of Sun Yu, who's quite statuesque and Amazonian, like with her build as well. So, and as anticipated, having great problems this end with the drift on her back to do just that. And the scoreboard telling us exactly that. It's a really tough ask in that regard. So that's a brilliant finish from Sun Yu. She's been so dexterous and so super agile. And I think the major asset for her over Clara is her physicality, frankly. She's been on balance that little bit more often and consequentially managing to find a better, more effective shot that little bit more often. Setting sail for home now then. Sun Yu really keeping the pressure on Azurmendi, so it's a deep one to the backhand corner, a short one to the forehand corner, and then a rifle right at the body. Azurmendi with no time to reflex that back. Starting to look a little academic for Sun Yu, it has to be said. As the Chinese camp close in on 3-0. So quick to close. Unapologetic.
19-6.
Humble as ever. Look at this. This shot there, wonderful. Look, and then the quick close as the shuttle pops that little bit too high above the net. 2 points away now. Delightful with a capital D.
20, match point 6.
14 of them. She looked at the lines judge as if to say, was it out?
7-20.
He kept his hands down and he doubles up as the court attendant with his mop. He was indeed in. So 1 match point saved, but 13 to go. Surely not for Azurmendi. Terrific tumbling net shot. Saving her best till last. It's often the way, isn't it? You see a player just free right off as they know the shower is looming. And they play kind of fearless tennis. Nothing to lose. Let's just go for it. And there we are. Look how tight that shot was from Clara there. So, half an hour on court. The end is nigh. Well, far more frugal in error, more effective in tactic, and more solid throughout. 21-9, 21-8 in just 30 minutes of play.
21-9, 21-8.
China do indeed extend their lead to 3-love. And we're going to be treated to a couple of doubles matches next. So a strong showing from Sun Yu, who got her opponent in a headlock and didn't relinquish the grip, frankly. A very academic performance. Very disciplined and businesslike. And that'll delight her team and the coach as they go into the post-mortem examination of the video, if you will. So just 30 minutes played. And China go 3-love up. Well, that's how the score stands in this third tie of the day. We started 7 o'clock local time. It's now approaching 10 o'clock, and we've 2 more matches to go. We've brought you Wang Shixian with a terrific win over Marin. It was really closely contested throughout, and almost an hour and a half of mesmerizing badminton. A really good match to watch. And Wang Yihan thereafter followed up, as did Sun Yu, with some very strong performances. And China yet to concede a game in their sterling job over Spain, the 11th seeds, and as anticipated, China really dominating Group A, if you will. As always, such a strong force they are. And well, it really is a tough ask whenever you're up against the Chinese. Just trying to find out. So they play Denmark in their last Group A match, do China, and that's tomorrow. It's on the last evening session on court 2, and that'll be to conclude that group, because I'm pretty sure Denmark have been blemish-free as well. They certainly beat Malaysia today 3-2. That was on court 1, first match here. China, as always, in a very dictatorial situation here. We're going to be treated to Qingchen. She'll be doubling up with Tang, Jinhua, the youngsters, with the third court down from left to right. You can see the court officials in green and black just taking to the court. There's Tang, Jinhua. There's 24 and world rank 24. She's been again, as so often we say, a former world #1 in doubles. That was just 2 years ago, October 2014. Normally she plays with Yakuang Huang, but she also plays with Tian as well, sometimes Qingchen. But today she's partnered up with Qingchen on the right there in yellow, who had a very strong showing at the Bonnie China Masters, incidentally, and she has a women's doubles ranking of 12th in the world, does Qingchen. It's all a very friendly affair. Beatriz Corrales doubling up with her partner Lorena Usle. So Lorena to serve, and Tang to receive. All very nice and smiley as we begin the 2-minute warm-up. It's confirmation that we're watching the women's doubles then. Women's doubles 2, I should say, up first here. Qingchen and Tang Jinhua against Corrales and Lorena Usle. Let's take a look at Tang Jinhua first. 24 years old, as I say, formerly a world #1. There's no surprise there. Born in Jiangsu province, so she's a relatively local girl. 170 centimeters tall. Normally plays with Tian. Together they won the Indonesian Open last year and runner-up in the Australian Open. They haven't played together this year. And these two, well, this is a scratch pairing. Qingchen, really an encouraging young fast riser in the Chinese camp from Guangdong province. Ranked 12th in women's doubles, off her career high. Only 18 years old. Same as Clara Azurmendi that we just saw from Spain. She's born in Guangdong province. Here's Lorena Usle. First showing in this match, born in Corrales in Spain. Again, only 22 years old is Lorena, unranked in doubles. Has been as high as 485th in the world. Not that that's high. That was back in June 2014, and she's playing with Corrales, who is unranked in doubles, unusually. And so the players, having undergone their warm-up, are all ready to fire. And it was Qingchen, I believe, was in the semi-finals of both the women's doubles and the mixed doubles in the Body China Masters, because I commentated that event, and it was a real treat. And principally because Chen Long played Lin Dan in the men's final. And not detracting from this match by any means, but that was a real cracker. Lin Dan taming Chen Long for his, I think, something like his 63rd title. Remarkable. So let's see what happens here then in this scratch pairing from China, Chen Qingchen and Tang Jinhua against Corrales and Lorena Usle.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, China, represented by Qingchen and Tang Jinhua. And on my left, Spain, represented by Beatriz, Corrales and Lorena, Usle. Spain to serve, Lorena, Usle, Qingchen, level, play. Service over, 1 love.
Powerful.
2 love.
And you can sense kind of, you know, because they haven't played before, there's already a sort of, just a slight inkling of doubt in the Chinese camp in terms of where to move to. And that's what happens when you've got a scratch pairing, where normally there's that intuition between them when they have played regularly. That said, every team's got to start somewhere, right?
The
following match of World 2 will be the group stage of Thomas Cup, men's doubles. Let's welcome the technical officials.
Well, it makes for compelling viewing, doesn't it? Long, grueling, physical, fast, flat rallies, I should say. Both teams trying to desperately to keep the shuttle down. Desperate to get into that attacking position with one up, one back.
3-2.
Opponents desperate to get their opposing team away from the net and into that defensive position, of course, in doubles. Hunting the shuttle down, trying to close the net down as much as they can. And it's a much faster, quicker mindset. Players trying to get on the front foot as often as they can and dictate the point, take time and space away. So you see these fast, flat exchanges, rat-a-tat a lot. Desperate to try and play and contact the shuttle above the tape and hit it down rather than up.
Oh! 5-2.
So it's all about encroaching forward, being solid in attack and at the backcourt too, and transitioning well. Fast, hard, low drives is the name of the game.
6-2.
right on the line, favouring the Chinese to extend their lead. Already consolidating the scoreline and increasing the pressure on the unranked Spaniards. Obviously, no head-to-head history here.
3-7. Silver, 8-3.
Again, drifter, ensuring that that interception went searing long. But they just seem that little bit more proactive, the neon-clad Chinese duo. And a thunderous finish from Chen Qingchen.
Silver, 9-4. 10-4.
Oh, what a wonderfully deceptive backhand return.
Silver, 5-10.
Credit to Beatriz Corrales, that was beautiful. Nobody got a read on that one.
Silver, 11-5 interval.
Racket not facing in a downward direction then. Spaniards called on it, and it's the Chinese in the ascendancy after just 5 minutes played. 11 points to 5. A swing and a miss there. They're under a lot of pressure.
20 seconds, 20 seconds.
Chen Qingchen, only 18 years old. The opponent's off her career high of 12th in the world. A tough player to compete against. And this player, former world #1.
12-5.
And a smart captaincy, isn't it, from the Chinese seniors, if you will, in giving these two a go. Fresh pairing, seeing what they bring, seeing how they blend together, seeing if they can infuse and bring the best out of each other. And just generally gel, I guess.
Silver, 7-14.
More proactive there from the Spaniards.
It's over. 15-8.
slightly more power overhead. And despite that little hint of mid-rally hesitancy, they still got it done. Just that little bit better at taking time and space away from the Spaniards than conversely. As a consequence, we've got a lopsided scoreline already in this one.
Over 9-17.
Nice touch there from Beatriz around the net. Wonderful tight net shot. Well, as much as Lorena Usle just tried to make her way to the net there, she was just sent packing with another rocket shot from the Chinese. They've got racket head speed on tap, the neon-clad players.
19-9.
And it's quite imposing, and as a result, the court position of these two is way back, which renders them relatively ineffective. Look at that, reading the play well. Qingchen.
20, game point 9.
Well, in customary Chinese fashion, it's these two that accelerate away. 21 points to 9 then. They've got that first game under their belts in just 10 minutes of play, and naturally it was Carolina Marin that put up the most resistance for Spain. She was on court for 87 minutes. Thereafter, it was a 28-minute match between Wang, Yihan and Beatriz Corrales, and Sun Yu just taking 30 minutes to beat Azurmendi. So, can these two outstay their compatriots? Qingchen, youngest player on court, just 18 years old, desperate to get on with things. She's a lovely, warm character, always smiling on the court, as is her partner as well. They always have fun, and then, of course, that's predominantly why we all come to sport, isn't it? Sport, as serious as it looks at times, and it seems like sometimes you're out there in a war, doesn't it? But it's all about having fun. That's what keeps our kids engaged and involved in the sport that we love so much. Whichever sport that is, of course. Got to be fun. Keeps you fit. It's a game for life. And it's to be enjoyed. You meet some wonderful friends, get exposure to traveling all over the world, and if you're good at it, it can make you a living. And it unites players all across the world. These sports, fabulous. And it gives a good sense of perspective to its players. Tang, Jinhua to get us underway. Second game, they're a game to the good. Oh, thunderous close. Read the play just milliseconds faster than their opponents today. Blending touch and power on the overhead admirably.
Well,
a nice smile after that one as she was disbelieving and missing it, frankly. Yeah, it did indeed spill wide. A glare at the line judge. No malice intended. She's quick to redeem herself there. Qingchen. She just wants to get on with it. She doesn't care if there's been a chunk ripped out of the shuttle. She's on a mission. Oh, that's nice. Really nice. And of course, that's testament to the fact that they've pushed the Spaniards right back to a deep court position. Look at this. Good close. Well played. Oh. Yeah, indeed, it was their point. Well played. It's the sort of thing that will relax Lorena, you'd imagine. And of course, if they could just get a little bit more scoreboard pressure on the Chinese players, that'll relax them and allow them to play with just that little bit more imagination and freedom. But as it is, Chinese so good at stifling that very facet in their opponents and containing them and diffusing them, if you will. Again, it's just that neon blur of frenzied activity, the far side of the net, and particularly advancing towards the net as quickly as they can. Oh, that's gorgeous. She's done that twice now. I love that backhand return. Nobody on the court saw that, and that was very respectfully smiled at by all. Well, I remember coming to the sport a few years ago where badminton women's doubles was rather like that. A lot of clearing and a lot of dropping, but not a lot of thunderous power in the smash. But these two in particular have that facet and really using it well. They can crunch through opponents. And the nature of the game is evolving, as everything always does, continually. There's almost an unwritten rule that every year you've got to improve 10% just to stay the same on the rankings, frankly. And if you want to get better, then you've got to just improve more than 10%. Look at that accuracy and power on tap, exposing the holes on the court nicely. Well, synchronizing well, these two. And having fun out there, more to the point. I reckon they've been out on that practice court, you know, playing as a couple, getting it together.
10-3.
It's a merciless, only one-way match at the moment, but to be expected. Two players of stature. The other side of the net. Dismissed. Look at this. She's quick up there with that smash, and Lorena knows it. A wry smile as if to say, why did I put that short lift in?
Sí, ahí tienes que tener cuidado. Tienes que echarle al fondo y cambiando de lado. ¿Vale? Si podéis. Sí, ¿vale? Eso es lo que tenéis que hacer. Entonces, pues, sí, a jugar, ¿vale?
20 seconds, court 1, 20 seconds.
Well, I've seen, you can't see it in your picture right now, but I've seen Carolina Marin up there in the stands cheering her side on. Spanish flag behind her. Usle and other Chinese compatriots. They're back there as well. Good to see. It's a team event, not an individual event, and lovely to see the world #1 just hanging around and supporting her buddies. She can't quite believe she left that.
13-3.
Nowhere to hide in this big arena. And of course, the Spaniards in doubles relatively exposed at this, the higher end, if you will.
It's over. 4-14.
Carolina Marin, of course, has never really played that much doubles.
It's over. 15-4.
Merciless and on a mission.
17-4.
So it's been a run of 7 and a couple of more runs of 3. The neon players.
Service over. 19-5.
Just one of the two 22-year-olds coming in for Spain, Lorena Usle. Laia Oset will be up next, but unable to really get herself fully activated. She's been rushed from the off and stifled and negated, so multiple match points here. Well, didn't the scratch pairing play well? 21-9, 21-5 in 21 minutes. Tearing through that one at breakneck speed. Well,
Match won by China, 21-9, 21-5.
we had fun along the way. More importantly, it was a match played in good spirit. But the Spaniards ever so slightly exposed in doubles. Delight on the faces of the Chinese players. And we will be bringing you our 5th and final match shortly. Women's doubles 1 will be up next, but there's confirmation of the score in women's doubles 2, 21-9, 21-5. 21 minutes it took. So the court is being swept down of any sweat droplets, and the evening draws to an end shortly. It's 10:20 local time, but we'll be back with women's doubles 1 very, very shortly. I'm Paul Hand. Please don't go anywhere. Well, as if you need any reminding, China with an emphatic stranglehold over this one. We knew it would be tough for the 11th seeds in Spain, but But when Marin got ousted, well, it got considerably tougher. It was a cracking match to watch, one in which was ended with a dead net cord against her. And frustratedly, she swatted the net in annoyance, but credit to Wang Shixian, she played a lovely match. And despite bearing gifts from the start, she ousted the world #1 to her delight. It was all smiles for her, but for Spain, the misery continued, unable to win another game thereafter. And matches getting progressively shorter as well in time frame, if you will. But now, well, it gets even harsher because Tang and Yu, well, they're third ranked in women's doubles, and Yang has been as high as world #1 in May 2014 with Wang Xioli, I should say. Together, they've been world #2s for a week as a pair, Tang and Yu. So that's a really tough ask for Clara Azurmendi and Laia Oset. But the action continues out here at Qingchen Sports Centre. There's a match adjacent to us on court 2 between Thomas Cup Group B match between Thailand and Indonesia. And I can tell you that Indonesia are beating Thailand emphatically. 3-love in that one. But we'll be bringing you our 5th and deciding match any minute now. Here come our court officials, all smiley, probably because their day is nearing an end. They've done a great job out here in Qingchen. 5 matches a day, that's really quite something. And 3 ties a day as well. So 15 matches on each court every day. But here come Clara Azurmendi and Laia Oset, just behind the Chinese pairing. Now, these two have played a little together. They're playing off a world doubles ranking of 583 in the world. Been as high as 250 together back in November of last year. Just
ready? Shuttle or racket for you? Shuttle? Ooh. Somewhere. Racket? You on service? Yeah? Who will receive? Okay.
Clara's going to receive. I didn't see who was going to, or hear who's going to serve. So just confirmation of this match then. If you are just joining us, Spain are trailing love 4 in the match score, or the overall tie score, I should say. Tang Yuanting and Yihan, world ranked 3rd against Clara Azurmendi and Laia Oset. There's Tang Yuanting, only 21 years old. With this partner, they've been up to 2nd in the world. They've played 9 tournaments together since the Sudirman Cup last year. They've won 4 of them, menacingly. China Open, Malaysia Open being 2 of those wins. And they've had 4 runner-up showings, and none least than the All England Open of this year. So a very experienced duo, these two. Yihan, her partner, 3 years older, 24 years old. Normally plays with Yuanting, and they're ranked 24th together. She's won the Indonesian Open last year and runner-up in the Australian Open as well. Yihan is a 2008 Beijing Olympic women's doubles gold medalist. The 30-year-old, I should say. I've got her age wrong. So this is Laia Oset, 22 years old. I'm not going to pronounce where she's from, because it looks a real mouthful. But doubles ranked 297th in the world. Been as high as 236 as Laia.
Ready to play?
and her partner Clara, who we took a good look at in the women's singles. So, a hush in the arena. It's been pretty noisy and buzzy all day, but there's a contented purr around the place now as most of the drama has unfolded, and day 3 of match badminton is nearing an end. Approaching 10:30 local time. But it's been a cracking atmosphere. I, for one, can't wait for day 4, because I'll be bringing you China against Japan in the Thomas Cup at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening.
Spain, represented by Clara, Azurmendi, Laia, Oset. And on my left, China, represented by Yang, Chen, Yuanting. China, serve, Yang to Clara, Azurmendi, love all, play.
Young to get us underway. That was hit with some power.
One, love.
From the young 21-year-old.
Two, love.
These two really up against it. World number 3rd pairing, the other side of the net, been as high as 2 in the world. And the shorter of the two Chinese players, well, vast experience. An Olympic gold medalist in Beijing 2008 with Du Jing. Nice lift.
1, 3. Serve 4, 1. 5, 1. 6, 1. 7, 1.
4 in a row then for the top seeds. Great touch from the most experienced
8, 1.
heralded player on the court, Yang. So adept in the forecourt, isn't she? So explosive. Reads the game so early. Seen it all before. 30 years old, been around for an eternity. Been on the big stage. Been world number 1 with Wang. Usle. And that experience just buys you a snippet of a millisecond on the shuttle longer every shot. You know the patterns of play. You've seen it all before. All those years of practice and match play come to the fore in the biggest of moments, you'd imagine. Spaniards, well, they've got 2 points on the board. Can they build from here? Lovely little flick serve, but in the end, to no avail. Just crushed away by Tang Yuanting as they head to the mid-game interval then in the driving seat of this one. So a run of 7 straight points for the Chinese players, and these two right up against it.
En ese juego va a ser difícil, ¿vale? Entonces tenemos que recordar, tenemos que salir de esa situación, ¿vale? Y si no tenemos otro equipo que saque muy bien, ¿vale? No, ¿vale? Si no podemos bajar volante suave.
Well, respectful as always.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
She's deadly around the front court.
Eleven, 2, play.
Early call from you. That's how quickly she sees what the shuttle's up to. As soon as it left the racket of Clara, she knew.
$13, 2.
And there's a calm reassurance whenever these two take to the court for Team China. There's a knowing. Saving their best doubles till last. Team of vast experience. There's an air of resignation and academia about this one.
Oh. 15, 2.
Just that little bit more pop off the smashes from the far side of the net.
16, 2. $17, 2.
She carries a sort of slightly anxious look about her, doesn't she? But she's just very respectful and businesslike with her performance. Yang.
$19, 2.
Which I like, because she's been on the losing end of a lot of matches over the course of her career, Yang, one would imagine, despite being so highly ranked. You know, you've got to lose a lot of matches to get to where you want to go, basically, because any week in badminton, a lot of players lose and there's only one tournament winner. She's fully aware of that.
3-20.
But a significant leeway for the Chinese pairing here. Spain really up against it. But there's nothing complacent about these two. In the driving seat throughout that game, only yielding 3 points after 9 minutes played. 8 minutes even, they change ends. Well, that really is bullying. There's a hush around the arena. I wonder if she's got hot or cold water in there. Cold, you'd imagine. What a force they are, these two, though. Really tough to play against, and testament to their high rankings of 3rd in the world. You can see how much they bring. They're just so alert, so super intuitive of where each other are on the court and how to conduct the set plays that have been rehearsed in the practice hall for hours on end with their compatriots. They'll often play in with 3 and 4 players one side of the net against another 3 or 4 the other side, and go through cases of shuttles, if you will.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
So the service judge removes the 2-minute sign, takes to her seat, and we're ready for the second game to get underway.
Second game. Double. Late.
The way that Yang looked back to her partner as if to say, oh, it only just missed. Look, I know I was a little greedy there, but there we are. They can be experimental and creative, because I think they've got this match pretty much under control.
1-0.
Now, can the Spaniards be a little bit more adventurous? Well, that was really good from Laia Oset.
Service over. Two, all.
Oh, that's cheeky. Cheeky touch from Yuanting.
3-2.
It sounded like a string that had gone in there, but I think it's just a clash of rackets.
Over. 3-4.
Well, already the Spaniards have equaled their score in the opening game, commendably.
Service over. 5-3. Service over. 4-5. Service over.
It's just relentless, isn't it? When they're on the front foot, there really is no letting up. They've just got that legend power, understanding of where each other are, and they're just merciless in that regard. They're so good at front running once they get the lead in points and get into that aggressive position like now. Well, that was just a little bit sort of wasteful and perhaps a little greedy with the choice, but she struck it well.
6.
And they do complement each other very, very well, these two. The power of Yuanting very often at the back of the court, and her partner so quick and super agile at the net. That said, this is very encouraging for the Spaniards. Only 2 points shy here of their opponents, right into the body. Laia unable to make adjustments there.
Nine, 5. Chen, 5.
Starting to run away then to the mid-game interval. 4 in a row for the higher ranked pair. Well played, Clara.
6.
Just keep them honest.
10.
Went for the lift serve, but that one very astray.
6. Interval.
So in keeping with the context of the match, these two with a stranglehold.
你带着打就往边线打，往打球，你要往边线打就全力往打，知道吗？你就打这场比赛打就干了，你要带着打就往边线打，再带着打的话，要不然你带着打，你这样打边线就很难打球。
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20
Well, they lost to Spain. Spain lost to Denmark, beg your pardon, on day 1. 4 matches to 1. Corrales the only player to win. It seems to be repeating itself, except the fact that Marin hasn't won here today. So they could be staring at love 5.
12, 6. Six.
Little shuffle and a jig, and sweats evaporated.
14, 6. Over. 7, 14. Eight, 14.
Sorry about that hospital pass, says Yuanting. Well, look at where the block shots and the
15,
touch shots around the net, they're so tight from Yuanting, so tough to play against. And when you couple that with this player's power from the backcourt as well, you know, heavens only knows where to stand in response to it, because Yuanting sort of lulls them forward with all these drop shots and tight net shots, and of course then suddenly you're just being battered over the head by another oncoming smash from her opponent.
16.
Racket not facing in a downward direction. Gestures the service judge. Powers her way through again.
17, 9.
Yuanting compliments Yuanting so well. A little blasé there, a little bit complacent.
10, 17.
And you have to credit the Spaniards. They've done very, very well this game. In terms of scoreline, that looks a lot better.
Over. 18, 10.
Well, Yuanting there just showing us that she's not light on power as well as comes to the overhead at the back of the court. When they reverse roll, she's also very effective. Wow, that was thunderous.
19, 10.
No lacking discipline around that choice. a stern look afterwards as well. Leo Oset doing so well to deal with the oncoming barrage of...
Match point 10.
So 20 minutes played. 10 match points. Oh, right through the back. What a wounder that was. And apologies all round, but it was a fun match to watch and fun to play by the looks of things. So Team China then controlling the tie.
Match won by China, 21-3, 21-10.
And that was won in 20 minutes as well, 3 and 10. So China coming through the tie then emphatically in the driving seat throughout. After their #1 today, Shixian got the win over Carolina Marin. It was all pretty academic thereafter, frankly, according to the scoreboard, that is. And that's said respectfully of Spain. It was a very watchable match throughout, but it is China through comfortably 5-0 in this Uber Cup Group A tie. The last of day 3. So that leaves me, Paul Hand, with just about enough time to say it's goodbye for now. Do join us for more of our continuing live coverage of this badminton bonanza tomorrow for days 4 and ongoing until next Sunday. So from myself, Paul Hand, it's goodbye for now.